Hello, everybody. Good evening, or whatever time it is out there in VOD land and YouTube land. Oh boy. What are we gonna do tonight? Well, first, we gotta sip some coffee. Very important. Ah, not bad. Not bad. Not amazing. Not bad. Well, let's see. Who all, see if... Well, let's see. I don't see a lot of the usual group online just yet. Was thinking maybe we'd go grind some Plane of Hate. Might do that a little later, once people actually are online. So for now, I guess let's just do a quick little Sky speed run to warm up. Because we always need more Eye of Asian drops. You know, some things never change, and that is one of them. Yeah, I for one definitely need some more arm and helmet drops. You know, a couple of extra bracer drops wouldn't be too bad either. Oh, it's our good friend Bait Masterson. That never gets old. Oh, hey, it's JG Wentworth. Well, you know, I have never in my life had a structured settlement or annuity payout. But if I did, and I needed cash now, I know in my bones what phone number to call to make that happen. Because it's my money, and I need it now. Let's see. See some other interesting character names out here, like Moist Grandmas. Which, I'll just let y'all use your imagination on that one. Yeah, I got nothing. Alrighty. You know, maybe we'll, see, we don't really need the Dojorns, like, at all. But, we can definitely blow up some Azaracs. Ooh, lag. That was a slightly unnerving moment for the game to lag out like that. Popcorn. This is what it feels like to be a corn kernel in a microwave. I do have my, yeah, I've got my Thurgist star in there. So. Oh, for just, just thinking, my Shield of the Immaculate Click does actually go in the back slot. I could actually put it in my cloak if I really wanted to, and then I could move my Golem Wand Click into the shield. No, I don't think there's really any other click effects that are available on a cleric primary. Yeah, because the... Yeah, the... Life potion. Yeah, there's yeah, nothing else really that goes in the primary slot. So, at least for now. No. At some point in the future, that might not be the case, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And meanwhile, is there any other competition for backslot clickable? I don't think so. Like the one charge of superior healing on an Aegis of Life, but that's a charge effect, not a real effect, so kind of irrelevant. Oh, we're gonna activate Protector on the very last Azarac, huh? That would be just my luck. Yep, we got Protector of Sky on the very last run. Now, will he finally give us some Azarak blood tonight? This guy has 2 quest drops. They are not guaranteed by any stretch. Sky, at this point, it's just habit. Yup. We'll say after filming the guide yesterday, though, I do feel a lot more confident about doing Azarax without Mez. Not something I would have necessarily wanted to do like 2,000 hit points ago. But now it's no big deal. Yeah, I do like seeing that 7k mana unbuffed. Very nice. We'll be in. Nope. Nothing as always. So. Well, some things never change. Also, Jarek, good evening. Get some mana up. Let me take a look at those. Let's go back, look at those. Let's see. Let's see if there's any other clicks even worth talking about. I don't think there are. Oh yeah, if I got a, no, that's a, wonder if this is still, wonder if that still has charges. Yep. Yeah, the Leatherfoot Raider Skullcap still has charges, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. Let's see. Not, yeah, Berserker Test of Burden at least has like a strength buff on it. What does that one even require? Because I know I don't have that one yet. Berserker. Oh, that's the Feathered Cape from Gorgolosk. Okay, well, that's what we're gonna try for. And just pacify that one, and we're just gonna fight Gorg right here in the corner. As long as we keep that hard harpy pacified, it's not gonna do anything. The cloud might roll in, but no big deal. Yeah. Jarek, you assuming people log in here in a bit, you down for some hate grinding? Ah, yeah, there's the gust of wind. Alrighty. Oh, jeez. That was, we had like half a second on PR, and Gorg suddenly got a lucky round on us. Now that was actually surprising. I don't think I've ever... Bring in Zerk Ench? Okay. Sounds good. And I was being a little lackadaisical on the healing there, but, yeah, I didn't think we'd get, killed by complacency. Yep, we got a little, here. No, wrong way. I mean, it all goes to the same place ultimately, but... Oh, while we're sitting here... Oops. Waiting on mana. Storage, currencies... Let's see, infinitesimal. One of those. Infinitesimal. One of those. There we go. Minor. Potential. Two of those. And two in the other one. Lesser. Two of those. Two of these. And vanilla. Two of those. And two down here. And major. We need 4 of these up here. 4 of these down here. So we have a +5 here to feed into our +8, which is 36 points. So, you know, not bad. You know, could be worse. And 2 5s make a 6. 2 6s make a 7. So we basically need, like, we need 6 5s. Yeah, that makes sense. Or, no, give me 8 5s. Yeah, because 2 for a 6, 4 for a 7. Yeah, 8 for an 8. So, yeah, you know, we'll get there. Let me just pull Gorg a little... Oh, oh, Gorg, get back here. Gorg. Alright, yeah, she did the funny thing with her pathing where I kind of backed into the corner, and she tried to go around the building. So now we gotta actually pay attention. Kitty. Hey, baby. Kitty, you want to say hi? Say hi, Ashy. Say hi to everybody. Yeah, say hi. You can lay in Daddy's lap. Wow, yeah, that hard harpy over there on solo mode has a microscopic aggro range. As long as we fight Gorg where she stands, the hard harpy doesn't even aggro. That's interesting. Hey! We got exactly the item we were kind of hoping for there. Nice. We were just talking about that. Thank you, Gorgolosk. You've gotten one step closer to being free from getting bullied. Now, we need a second copy of that, because I'm pretty sure we do not... Actually, have we made the mage version already? Not sure if we have or not. Looks like not, actually, because the mage version... Yeah, the Bracelet of Clarification. One of those weird cases where, yeah, you take a cape and you turn it into a bracelet. Usually, you know, the item turns into something that's kind of tangentially related. Like, you know, a cape turns into a cape. A bracelet turns into a bracelet. That's one of the oddballs. And the fetch, good evening. Let's see, what all do we still need from Peg? I know we don't need that many Pegasus drops still. But I know there's at least, there's like, I don't know, two, I want to... At least one or two items off the horse that we still need. Cape of Midnight Mist. Enhancement Haste. And, Mistmore Battle Drums. So. Anyway, how many, It's gonna take a good bit of fusing to get my, wrong, Come on. There we go. Currencies. 4 majors. Into the gloves. Boop. Do this slime blood. I don't think we have any other slime blood. Find item. Kazakh. Yeah, that is our only slime blood currently. You're in public hate. Okay. We'll And, oh, alright. Well, the silvery rings we don't need. Light woolen mantle is barred. We don't... Light cloth mantle. I think we need that. No, we don't. Yeah, the ivory mask is the one enchanter piece we're missing, and I think that's... I forget where that comes from. Yeah, we're just missing the silken mask off Spirok Lord, so... no, we do not need that. Alright, well... We need a bunch of Spirok Lord drops still. By the way, something else I wanted to look at here. Enchanter... Actually, Enchanter weapon procs. Shock of Frost, nope. Smoldering Brand, no. Staff of Writhing, that one's pretty good, yeah. Incandescent Wand is extremely good. Din's Dizzying Draft from the Rod of Understanding. Obsidian Shard. Trent Staff. Shallow Breath from the Water Crystal Staff. Crook Stinger, weak from Dagger of Dropping. No, I think the... yeah, Incandescent Wand, definitely. Or Dins, either way. Arm and Hate, yeah, for motes and just armor drops to do direct gear upgrades. Just going to be a question of, do people want to just like do loops of the bottom floor to just double down on stupid birds, to just double down on like helmet, bracer, and arm drops, or do they want to also go upstairs and get a bunch of leg drops. It's like once you go upstairs, you get nothing but legs. Leg is an important drop. So. You know, it's usually your second biggest piece after your chest slot, so. Yeah. Yeah, the upstairs is tedious because the mobs are a lot more beefy up there. Isn't leg awkwardly statted for most classes? Yep, that is... Yeah, cleric legs, at least, are great. But, like, Paladin and Shadow Knight legs are actually backwards. Paladin legs have intelligence, Shadow Knight legs have wisdom. They are... Other than, like, I think one has fire resist and the other has cold resist. They're, you know... They're the same, they're just backwards. Because 1999 itemization is a thing that happened. Now, if you've got, you know, int and wisdom on your kit, then it's fine. But, like, my default kit only uses wisdom. I have no use for int on this kit at all. So... Plus 10, SK, and russet armor. See, at least, yeah, High Priest Makari can just be target farmed for cleric drops. So there's that. Yeah, I can... But yeah, like, a bunch of my SK and Bard pieces are as plussed up or more so, just naturally from dupes, than my actual pieces that I use that I've been carefully feeding motes to before fusing in order to maximize progress efficiently. Real main up, get your peg cloak. 5k per slot, really? I would almost take that. That's actually, like, really useful. Not a guaranteed drop, by the way, yeah. That is the thing with that. It is not guaranteed. $5k for a 12% drop chance. Entire ethereal set is +7. Except the helm, yeah. Well, oh yeah, we only ever did that one organized hate clear. And yeah, only half the zone is relevant for helmet drops. Like, that's why I was kind of wondering, like, would people rather do just loops of the bottom floor to double down on the other pieces? But yeah, grinding upstairs and just getting legs completely done, or done enough, is... So I think Yeah, you clear hate a lot solo. Yeah. Yeah, like solo, I would only ever do the bottom floor. Just because the top floor gets slow. Not to mention, upstairs the mobs get so much more resistant. So just doing things like interrupting heals gets annoying. Yeah, like my Valorium helmet is only +5. And Sky Totem for rogues. Unfortunately, I already have that. It's a really good piece. I think the Sky Totem is relatively uncommon, but I don't need another one. You got another Stalwart Seas off Ire today? Huh. Well, always nice to get more combo fodder. Okay, let's... All right, let's hope the bees give us something. He's bugged loot table in solo mode. I don't know. I mean, I've killed him a bunch of times in solo mode and never got anything out of the ordinary. So, eh? What am I grabbing for A's? Yeah, maybe I'll grab Turn Undead, just for funsies. I could grab Crit Affliction. Mental Clarity would be good, honestly. Well, let's just grab Turn Undead. It's cheap. It's free damage. It's something. Yeah, post-patch? Nah. That's, yeah. Haven't done any solo hate grinding really on live. Pretty much at all, actually. So yeah, it might be a more recent thing, yeah. Yeah, if he dropped a shield, like, every time solo, that would make it super easy to get a shield up to, like, 8 or 9. 10 is still expensive. But, 1 raid mote instead of 3 is a big difference. And DFO, hi is. Test it over and over. The fact that he can drop it at all is really interesting. bees all day and no pixie blade. I mean, look how... Oops. Dang it. Well, look how long it took me to get a pixie blade at all. You know, I never saw that drop on vanilla EQ in my life. Never saw one on closed beta. Never saw one on open beta. And then got 2 of them back to back here, so... and all the... Number, you know... statistics will regress towards the mean eventually. And I was able to solo Plane of Sky on vanilla. Because I had enough HP to soak a Death Touch. So as long as I could heal up faster than Death Touch looped around, I was fine. And that was honestly pretty easy to do. So, alright. Could really use a Cleric Necklace, please. Mr. B. Death Touch, I'm guessing, is a vanilla ability. Yep. And it was originally called Kazakh Touch. Because it was originally Kazakh Thul's, like, iconic ability. Then it got... Oh, you got some +4 Slime Bloods. Nice. Then it got farmed out to a bunch of other creatures, notably basically everything in Plane of Sky. And, yeah, it would just smack you for 100,000 damage instantly. And the creature would shout your name to the zone, which was kind of amusing. Yeah, Kazakh and the golems could all do it. So it was what made Plane of Fear so hard back in the day. You know, where like every 30 seconds somebody just dies. Especially whoever first pulls the mob dies instantaneously, and the second puller has to actually be right there to actually pull the mob. And yeah, you get to Plane of Sky, and pretty much I don't think Keeper of Souls would Death Touch, but pretty much everything after Keeper of Souls would Death Touch, and including every single trash mob on Sister Island. Oh god, it was terrible. Normal rotation, and you have somebody soak the DT, then another... Yeah, basically, and I mean, it was even a joke that you'd have Rangers eat the Death Touches. But yeah, a sacrifice goes in, aggroes the mob initially, takes the DT, then the pullers actually pull the mob into camp. And, and then, yeah, whoever has aggro at the, 30 seconds later is just gonna drop dead. And you're just gonna play a little bit of hot potato. So, yeah. Yeah, the good old days. Of course, also back in the day, your keys for Plane of Sky were all temporary. So they would poof if you logged out for more than 30 minutes. Adamantium Earring again? Really? I have dropped so many of those. Ugh. And I don't need them. Alright, we've got one Undine spirit to deal with. Which is fine. And, you know, I kind of miss being able to play, slow resist roulette on Eye of Vishan. That was fun. D4 Plane of Fear solo. Just got a Rogue Zerker Scareling pet. Keep calm and carry on. Yeah, the blitz is on. Tornado sirens? Nah, it's the fire department. Yeah. Up in the mountains here, it is almost impossible for tornadoes to form. Almost impossible, mind you. Not actually impossible. They do happen, although anything above, like, a Category 1 is, very, very unlikely. Right, or F1, I should say. Oh, we got another Crown of Elemental Mastery. I mean, that's cool, I guess. You're always on Tornado Watch. Lancaster might have had one you're seeing. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, growing up in York, I know, it was rare but possible to have small tornadoes. Like there or out in Lancaster. Like, they'd happen once in a while. And tinfoil hat, good morning / evening. Oh yeah, in West Tennessee, Tornado Watch was always a thing. Yep. As you're getting out into like the Great Plains there, yeah. And we get alright, the gloves we don't need. Spiritualist ring is Shaman, which we've already unlocked Shaman. There's nothing we need. Okay, well, that was a bust. Yeah, and, seems more common anymore? Yeah. Yeah, that it is. I have never actually seen a tornado in person myself. Thankfully, despite despite going down to Texas a lot, driving through the Great Plains many times, yeah, I've never actually seen a tornado in person. I've been in a bunch of earthquakes, including some pretty big ones. If y'all recall, back in 2019, there was that, like, 6.9/7.0 that hit Los Angeles over 4th of July weekend. Yeah, when that hit, I was on the, like, 32nd floor of the JW Marriott in downtown LA. And let me tell you, when you have like a 7.0 earthquake and you're 32 floors up, you feel it. Oh yeah, Mistmore aggro ranges are very special. And apparently, at night, they are, like, even more aggressive now, since the revamp. That, like, daytime is supposed to be less, egregious, but nighttime is supposed to be more egregious. Metal newspaper box lift off in downtown Jacksonville. Whoa. And transformer explode in North Carolina. Oof. I never saw a transformer explode. I heard one explode before. Then looked out my window and could see what had happened. The revolving glass door collapsed in on itself and shattered in Jacksonville. Ooh, gee, ooh. We're playing with fire a little bit there with our life total. Ooh. Yeah, EOV's got some hands tonight. Friend lived near a transformer town where a raccoon became a crispy critter. The noise was like, yep. Yup. By the way, safety tip. Don't mess around with high tension lines. Shower of sharks was like a movie pyrotechnic. Shower of sparks. Oh, hey, Fey Pauldrons. Cool. That will actually unlock Shadow Knight, I think. So, okay, cool. Let's go turn those in. Since we got 2 useful items. Jumped and missed the landing and arced the transformer. Oh. So let's see here. Sarkis Ebon Blade. Let's go Shadow Knight here. Silvery, rusted. Oh, okay. This one is the one that uses the Sphinxian ring. Okay, cool. So we can finally get that out of our inventory. Yeah, the Sphinxian ring. Plus the Fey Pauldrons. And an Isa rune. Boop. Gives us the pearlescent pauldrons, which are pretty decent shoulders. I say, and we unlock Shadow Knight. Cool. I mean, and I say decent because they're decent. They're not good. All right, Stragan the Hewer. Let's see here. All right, Berserker. Let's see, is all right. Feathered Cape and an Ozia rune. Okay. This is Ozia rune. Gets us the Shroud of the Sky. Which I think Raging Strength is just a strength buff, yeah. It's just a strength buff. But it's something. Unfortunately, too bad it's a must equip. So we can't toss it in our like activated items. Tab. I wish it was a can equip. So otherwise, yeah, I mean pretty pretty respectable stats on it also. Not like crazy good, but you know, respectable. And all right, with that done, it's all right. North or either North Row or actually, I mean, I'll run from South Row. We'll go Ring of South Row. Because I'll be more likely to see sand giants along the way. But all right. One unlock away from everything. Yup, I know that feel. And yeah, Shadow Knight was the third class now to hit unlock status. Shaman was first by a pretty big margin. We got Wizard yesterday, Shadow Knight today. So, and a lot of other classes are one drop away. So, and of course, that drop is usually either from EOV or the bees. So, get Jarek in the group. All right, who else is coming for some hate grinding? For motes and gear and AAs and whatever else. Oh, we also dinged another AA. Wow, even just like a regular run through Sky is a decent little AA grind. Like it, love the hate. Let me hate with you. Okay, and in Judge. Went Monk after all. Have to try the new Mistmore procs. Alrighty. Alright. Desert Madman, any, yeah, no sand giants. Yeah, Monk's finally having a an offhand proc. And big haters, yeah, that, hey, whoa, that your indication of, putting your hand up? Yeah, I mean, alrighty. See any, just go around here. Only getting an average of like 6 T5 motes over 6 hours. That's, yeah. I usually get quite a bit more than that under. Sorry, average of 6 per hour. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, 6 per hour makes way more sense. I always do fear because Bard Wiz, yeah, hate golems. Yup. 12 per hour in Befallen, that sounds about right, yeah. Oh, there you are, okay. Have to go back to hate when Monk is 46. Big. True if huge. Big if large. And remember, yeah, click the actual sword sticking out of the ground there to zone into hate. And I ended up in a different instance as usual. And, all right. So, all right. Quit the old instance. Create a new one. All right, +4, of course, because that's the only way to do anything. And would I like to create a multiplayer instance? I sure would. So yeah, as usual, we're just gonna kind of steamroll from house to house to house. We will avoid fighting in the streets, generally speaking, so we don't train ourselves. Generally, but yeah. Interestingly, Lord of Ire is close enough to the starting point to and yeah, Corruptor of Life still is in the game. I'm pretty sure they got rid of Thought Destroyer. Pretty sure Thought Destroyer is not in the zone anymore. Alright, we have the usual stuff up. Oh, you know what I can do? Because we're in here. Storage, exaltations. I can bust out the Dawnfire. Yeehaw. So much as Thurgis Star is great. Cleric buffs. Attention, please remove dot procs from weapons. Thank you. Whoop. Slowly getting that specialized abjuration skill up. Ah, I enjoy my baton so much. Yeah, very aesthetic. And I gotta get my it would be very easy to bump up my soldier's brooch, because I mean the quest is very repeatable. Fire. Do you happen to know if Eye of Vishan respawns in it? If you set it as a respawning instance, it will. It'll take about 72 minutes. So it is 72, 78, something like that. So it is faster to just make a new instance. Because anything that has a respawn time of longer than an hour might as well not respawn. Because you'll get your instance charge back faster than waiting around for it. Yep. I mean, and, Plane of Fear and Plane of Hate are the same way. They might as well be non-respawning because they're not going to respawn that fast anyway. Oh, yeah. Let me see. What classes is everybody actually on right now? Halo on that. Monk. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. You gonna grab some abhorrent pets for y'all? Can change. All right. Yep. Yep. I was gonna say, yeah, we'll find some, we'll find some good abhorrents. I should probably mode up my Dogos. Oh yeah, the Elite Dragoon from upstairs, yeah. Should really mode up my Dogos at some point. just to have a good pet weapon. There we go. Okay, and let's see this house. I think there's an abhorrent in this house. We'll see if it's any good. Let's see. It is. It's a rogue berserker. If anybody wants one of those. No. Not ideal, but it does work. Maid's stockings. Lustrous russet vambraces. Okay, which are okay. They're nothing special. All right, you've got that one as a pet. Okay. There's a couple of... I'm gonna just grab that revoltant rat while we're at it. Vermiculated arm plates, which I have apparently never dropped before and don't care about, because filthy druid armor. So yeah, Ire Ghasts. Good target for arm gear, at least. Alright. Actually, we'll focus the golem. And yeah, you get a nice red con elite dragoon with warrior / rogue, and you're very nice. Those things will just shred. Oh, a +6 mote right off the rip. Very nice. You love to see it. I gotta... my, resist poison, resist fire, resist disease, resist... Yeah, get rid of those, just because I need buff slots. Alright. There's another abhorrent for you, if you want to grab one. Alright, I see that abhorrent dying. Valorian bracers, which are, sadly not, oh, those gargoyle grips, actually, from, those are actually quite good, for the level. Like, surprisingly good for the level. Yeah, so there will be an official live stream on Saturday where the usual dev crew is going to be talking about some upcoming content like Nectropos and Rajarkian Hills. So that'll be neat. Died to CT in a dumb way. Ripperoni. Was it like 10%? Let your HP get low thinking LOH was up. You know what? That's not as bad, honestly, as dying with LOH. It's actually just up, but unclicked. And you had 50% mana. Ugh. I see that Irgast is charmed. Alright. He can, he gets a slight reprieve. A stay of execution, as it were. Though here's a monk abhorrent. I'm gonna redo another 10-minute fight. Yeah. Hey, at least there's no like you know 3-day long corpse run. So could be worse. It could be like the bad old days. Yeah, vanilla EQ was brutal, which is which was part of the appeal, honestly. We're gonna pull some dudes here. I was gonna try to pull these guys into the house so we're not fighting right at the crossroads, but it's fine. The enchanters can just have heart attacks. It's fine. Thorny Vine Bracer. Yeah, we'll just auto-merge those for whatever. Alright. You know what? Let's go up this way, I guess. We'll do the usual order of operations, I guess. there she is. Alright, Magi Patasa, yes. We know you have just, like, infinite resists. Oh yeah, there is... Adamant Will. I should get another rank of that. That's important. Oh, it's not fun. In fact, it's anti-fun. Because it prevents PvP. You know, gotta love the occasional impromptu PvP. When fighting a bard or an enchanter. But it is what it is. Miming DDD. Ooh. 2030 Banish Undead crit. Nice. Pulling out the big guns. Oh, there we go. I have finally killed enough vampires. Oh, alright. Auto merge. Yeah. Umbral plate mail. Embraces. Okay. And some Indicolite. Okay. Oh. I guess this guy's, his time finally came. As promised. Gotta kill all these haunted chests for that table flipper achievement. Only takes 5,000 of them. Just like, you know, only takes 10,000 undead mobs for the top level undead achievement. Which seems like a lot, but, you know, given the undead concentration of Old World, it's really not that bad. You know, you'll get it naturally, just grinding. Only. Yeah, only. Ooh. 3623. I think, like, did we just see, like, 2 of those back to back? Gotta scroll up a little bit, or was that? Nah. No, but still, 3623. Noise. I think that is the biggest sleigh I've seen. Very nice, yeah. Ah, Valorium arms. Nice, nice. I wish Valorium arms were a little better. They're solidly okay. 36-24 today on 2 mobs back to back. Nice. Oh, and yeah. I'm gonna miss more. Is there a piece of Soulfire? Yeah, from Zakotl. He drops it every time. And he no longer has a placeholder. So, he's up in the spa, just taking a bath with some baddies. Yep, grinding the new monk weapon. Well, speaking of Valorium Vambraces, by the way, there are some. Auto merge. Yeah, I think I think the Ethereal Mist win just because they have save magic instead of like cold. So, but yeah, they're like Valorium. Yeah, Valorium arms are just fine. It's we're talking about like third decimal place optimizations at that point. Would love to see some Russet Bracer drops. Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, she's... yeah. Oh, I see a trash mob wandering over here. Hello, Knight of Anaruk. Thorny Vine Greaves. Oh boy. Just what I needed. Actually go out and around. Hit this guy. Hi, Scorn Banshee. Yeah, I'll have to go hit up Mistmore at some point. That's that house. And horrible drops from CT. Oh boy. Well, I mean, most of his drops are pretty bad, let's be real. Yeah, the Crimson Robe of the Alandine is really nice. Oh. There's another Revenant in here. Shield of Rainbow Hues is always a welcome sight. Where did that, Oh, boy. Another stupid Bard Abhorrent. Wizard Abhorrent. Gross. Hey, you got a Darkwood Trunk. One of Kazzak's best drops, but unironically. More Shadow Knight arms. Yay. Oops, I see. There's a house over here that isn't completely depopulated yet. Wondering if I don't just hit the 3 golems. Might as well. Get some slime bloods and maybe some living balls. Alrighty, let's see. I mean, that's where like the real loot is anyway, on the golems. Alright, I guess we do concert hall next. Well, there's another ping. 286. All right. We're slowly grinding up the AAs. Though I know some of y'all madmen are at like 5 or 6 or 800. Yeah, absolute mad lads. Oh, another +6 mote. You love to see it. More vermiculated arm plates. Like, that's just all we're allowed to drop today, apparently. Man, Judge has aggro just locked on this idiot. Hey, Lord of Loathing was disarmed. Huzzah. We got a diamond rod. Oh, boy. So many over-channel dots. Yup. That would do it. Meanwhile, yeah, I can only cast one stun at a time. So... just can't compete with that kind of aggro. Even in Berserker stance. Five bar dots plus Zerker stance. Blah. Yeah. Just fully automated infinite aggro forever. If you get the cryo hat, yeah, I can use Burning Affliction 3. Yeah, I have not seen that drop either yet, so... Seen plenty of cryo silk belts. Yeah, the slow stone amber is interesting. Yeah. The whoops. Oops, that was the... Oh no, you were killing it anyway. Okay. It's fine. I regret nothing. Oh, hey, disarm finally hit 255. I'm pretty sure that is the cap. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Charm pointless in this group. Everything just dies too fast anyway. Okay, that should be the hole downstairs. Almost. Click pet attack. It's dead. And it's dead. And it's dead. I think the community at large, like, really undervalues Wizard. They don't realize how good the big nukes are. Especially with all the crit AAs and damage foci and everything else. Like, criminally underrated class. You know, everybody gets so focused on Enchanter. Likewise, I see people complaining that Paladin is overpowered. And it's not. Old world mobs are just underpowered. Oh, hey, a prismatic shield. Nice. We take those. I mean, it's not as good as a, Hughes. But, yeah. But we take those. And Lustrous Russet Helm. Alright, we can auto-merge those. Changer's running cover for us wizards? Yup, pretty much. Yeah, like one of the... Like, yeah, what makes Paladin look good currently is the fact that old world mobs just don't hit that hard. So especially if you've got slow in your kit somewhere, Paladin healing is, like, good enough. It doesn't mean it's actually good. It's not. But it's good enough. Because, yeah, old world mobs just don't really do any damage. You know, try taking that same level of exceedingly mediocre healing up against some of the, you know, gnarlier stuff that shows up an expansion or two down the road, and suddenly that mediocrity is on full display. You know, like Paladin healing trying to keep up with a Velius dragon? Yeah, good luck. Yeah. Now, Wizard does eventually, yeah, does have to go stare at its book once in a while or ponder its orb, I guess, every once in a while to keep the guns ablazing. Oh, just noticed Dawnfire starts proccing at level 40. That's very nice. And monsters being completely shut down by Whirl Till You Hurl. Many such cases. Hey, whoa, you need a miracle robe. For this look you got going on right there. Alright, got some Ethereal Mist pants and hands off that. Cool. True Sight Hammer with Banish summoned on it. Very nice. Yeah, we'll just auto-merge those. Sadly, yeah, Banish summoned, yeah, not nearly as useful as Banish undead. So yeah, doesn't have quite the pizzazz that the Dawnfire proc has, but hey, you know what? When fighting Master Yale, then you're just innocent men. Oh, the rare triple smite right there. You'll love to see it. I think that's the whole concert hall, actually. Or very nearly so. I don't really... Oh, yeah, there's the house behind the concert hall that has a few mobs in it. But, yeah, we'll clear that out momentarily. Yeah, bright red because you're poisonous. You gotta get the aposomatism going. Oh, a lustrous russet bracer. Yes, please. We take those. An actually useful drop. Huzzah. And I gotta double check. All right, that bracer is already at +6. This one's only at +5. So. Oh, a Shuriken of the Tranquil. Hot dog. All right, yeah, we'll take that. 240 range at +4, 16. Yeah, well, we'll take that. Oh yeah, major potential. Need 4 of these to go in there. And then we can merge that in. Cool. Haste refresh. Okay. Well, eat me, I'm filled with 9,000 mana and it'll flood the room. Yeah, I've only got 7586 right now. Go hit this little house right here. Also, yeah, that was the first Shuriken of the Tranquil that I've seen drop. Too bad the Shuriken of the Tranquil doesn't have its original pre-nerf stats. Could have had throwing as an actual potential as a real thing. Also, another +6 mote. You love to see it. Yeah, let's see. You're full of mana. Oh, the only thing I'm full of is hot air. And hello there, Lord of Ire. Getting every brand of Vambraces except the one I want. Now that is how the desire sensor works. So, why would the game let you have things you want? That would be crazy talk. Shadow Rage Helm. Alright, we can start auto-merging those. Alright, Lord of Ire, good night. Drop nothing, no surprise there. Oh, Halo got an Immaculate? Nah, I mean, I got mine ages ago. The first Shield of the Immaculate you get, you're like, holy cow, finally. Then on the 7th one, you're like, wow, you're like, oh boy. And hey, another Prismatic Shield. And Hand of the Maestro. See, Hand of the Maestro is still here, but, Thought Destroyer is gone. Though Hand of the Maestro drops nothing currently, so... Oh, but we can buy another rank of Adamant Will. So... Though, man... Adamant Will starts getting expensive. Uh... Oh, another +6 mote. Nice. Those getting a pretty good string of motes tonight, at least, even if the drops have been on the weak side. Can't complain about that. Oh, and some Shadow Rage sleeves, which I've apparently never dropped until just now. So, okay, that's cool, I guess. If we need more, if we need more, you know, Berserker, red chainmail cosplay equipment, I resisted his repulse. Nice. Oh, 3623 again. That's got to be maximum damage, right? Oh. And an encyclopedia. Which I already had. So doesn't make sure I have my encyclopedia exalt. Yes, I do. Okay, that is the focus, right? Yeah, the minion of hate focus. Yeah, and it's not tradable, unfortunately. So yeah, away, vile beggar. Well, I guess to use the one problem with that exalt, is that primary, secondary? Yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, to like actually use that focus, you would have to plug it into like an all shield or something long enough to cast your pet. You know, plug it into a shield of rainbow hues or something. Though, yeah, if a Shadow Knight wanted to make use of that, he would have to be a Necro. Because I don't think Shadow Knights have their own pet focus. They just have to borrow from Necros, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, there's the Staff of Elemental Mastery Earth. That's cute. Kind of grinding for that thing for Mage Epic. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, still not as bad as trying to grind for the air staff. Good lord. The fact that you need an EOV drop, you know, plus an Island 7 trash drop, yeah, is... You know, like, the air staff alone is why I think Mage Epic is the worst epic to get on vanilla. And as far as, like, worst epic in the game, I think it is a distant race for second. Like, the other epics that require, like, Spirok Lord, you know, they get honorable mentions. And a couple of the, like, really awful camps, like Raster and Lord Bergurgle, get honorable mentions. Like, Cleric Epic was pretty terrible. Because you had Lord Bergurgle, which was just a god-awful camp. And then you had the absolute bottleneck of Ragefire. The goblin. Oh yeah, I forgot about the goblin in the gorge. Yeah, that. I forgot about that guy. Yeah, I mean. Not to mention, you know, having to fight over Finnegal drops. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'll complain endlessly about some of the Paladin epic stuff, but in the greater scheme of things, I'd probably, in terms of, like, awful epic quests, I'd rank the Paladin in kind of the middle. Like, a lot of crappy one-week spawns that drop one item on kill. But, oh, hey, Vexthorn. Which, unfortunately, is not a good weapon, but it's at least it's a rogue offhand, at least. Like, it's still bad. Because the backstab damage is terrible for no good reason. Like, why does this thing have less backstab damage than the Ruby Stiletto? another Valorium helmet. Oh, nice. Actually, yeah, very nice. That one went to, okay, actually, I need to, hold on, I gotta actually fix my, because I don't want to actually auto, actions, loot window, filters, Valorium helmet. I want to actually loot that, not auto merge. Yeah, the rest of the stuff can, because I don't really, yeah, because chest is not set. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, helmet. I want to actually, when the helmet drops, I want it to actually pop up. And ethereal mist. Make sure. Van braces. I don't want to auto merge those. Even the greaves, I might want to merge. I want those to actually pop. Other slots don't matter. Okay, cool. Alrighty. 108 majors, got 10 so far. Nice, nice. Alright, that is it for this building right here. Except for, oh, we got one, this straggler of a spike golem down here. And then we're almost done with the bottom floor. Oh, yeah, Finney was so contested because frickin' everybody needed him. So, you know, another reason that makes, you know, the Mage Epic so terrible. In addition to everything else, they also have to compete for Finnegal. And it's not... And the staff is not a guaranteed drop by any stretch. I kind of think, Backstab should just be an AA. You know, there's some logic to that, but I don't know. I think, or have an item, having it, be... having backstab damage scale at least a little bit with item upgrades would make sense. Because right now it just doesn't. So, you know, a dagger, like a war spear at +0 is the only rogue item that matters. Not to mention, you know, as we've said on several occasions, please, for the love of God, buff Thornstinger. Because it's like the other option for rogue gear is you get a Serpent's Tooth, you use it as your offhand, and just ignore the War Spear so that you get your any slot back. Since Serpent's Tooth is just a good all-purpose offhander anyway that almost everybody can use. But otherwise, the backstab coming from weapon from itemization, I think is fine. It's just so much 1999 itemization is just bad. And a lot of old world weapons just never really got updated when backstab was made its own dedicated stat, because they used to just run off of damage, and for the overwhelming majority of weapons, their damage just got copy pasted into the backstab stat, and that was that. And also, like, the backstab damage problem is completely resolved the moment Ragebringer comes into existence. Suddenly rogue itemization complaints just evaporate into the ether. Because Ragebringer is an awesome offhand by any measure. And it has a pile of stats, and it has a pile of backstab damage, like all the very legitimate rogue complaints go out the window. And Ragebringer is super easy to get. One of the easiest epics by far. Yeah, easiest along with Monk. I mean, Monk at least has a couple of really miserable camps, Raster and Pawbuster specifically, that Rogue does not have to deal with. So, yeah, no, I would say Rogue is the easiest epic. Easiest / quickest. Like, Shaman is quick and dirty and easy. But I'd say Shaman's probably, like, second easiest. Monk is probably, like, top 5 easiest, but not the quickest by a stretch, unless you get giga lucky on Raster and Pawbuster. Essence of a Vampire. That is for auto merge. Essence of a Vampire is Chanter Epic, isn't it? I think. You know how fast epics will be created on Kunark release? Very. Because they're all solved equations. And, like, I'll have Fiery Defender done in, like, two to 3 hours, tops. Because 90% of the legwork on Fiery Defender is getting a Fiery Avenger. Like, if I camp out at Keeper of Tombs, jump the patch on launch, and especially if I, like, bind there so I can hop instances. So that I don't have to, like, grind my, like, so I don't have to, like, rogue SOS the whole way down to the bottom of the zone in a personal instance, which, also an option, which is part of the reason why I want to get rogue to 50. Then, go over to Nectalos, pop Karak, Come up here to hate. Make a personal hate instance. Kill Thought Destroyer. And Thought Destroyer just wanders around on the first floor, so, you know, she's easy to get. Take those 3. Teleport to Butcher Block to go have a deliver some guy's lunch in Caladim. Actually, I take it back. Origin to Freeport. Talk to the peasant woman to get the water. Then go to Caladim. Get the gem. Run over to Felwith. Talk to Elia the Pure. Do those couple of turn-ins, or those 3 sets of turn-ins. Port to Tox. Oh, a Tunarian Scimitar. Cool. I don't know that I've ever seen one of those before. Oh, yeah, I have, because I can merge it. Durr. Rebuff. Okay. Cleric buffs. Yeah. Teleport to Tox, run to Eridan, turn in everything to Reklon Nalin to get the token. Go up to Plane of Fear. Probably in a personal instance again. Hand everything over to Iraq Altil. And, yeah, resist poison, resist fire, resist disease, resist cold. Just take those off. And everything to, yeah, Iraq Altil, and boom, Fiery Defender is done and dusted. So, again, you know, fact that I can tell you the entire pathing right off the top of my head shows you what a solved equation it is. Because so much of the hard part, or the time-consuming part, is done in advance. And, you know, for SK Epic, at least, you know, you're gonna you've already got your Blade of Abrogation in advance. You're already gonna have your rotted armor drops, or whatever they're called, from CT. You've already got your Ghoulbane for the Corrupted Ghoulbane step. You know, you can have a good bit of it. You can have a good bit of the annoying parts done in advance. Also, now that Raster is always up in Guck, Monk Epic is, you know, 90% of the Monk Epic is basically already done. Oh, Indicolite Graves. Yeah, we can go ahead and auto-merge those. Yep, Hail. Interrupts chosen. Yep. So. Yeah, friggin' Valorium Greaves with friggin' intelligence on them. Imagine if you couldn't do the epic, unless it was main class unlocked. Discord would have such a melty. I could also totally see just, like, epic quests unlocking their respective classes as an alternative to doing sky farming. Though, yeah, a couple of epics are gonna, notably, like Zerker and Beast Lord epics, I think have to be completely reinvented from scratch. Because, like, Beast Lord epic mostly happens in Lucklin. And Zerker epic, I know, has a couple of steps in Telosia. In Gates. So, I don't know. I'd have to go look up Berserker Epic. I think only like a couple steps are in Gates. I think most of it can be done vanilla. I think. But I think Beast Lord Epic is almost exclusively in Lucklin. Yeah, because... Yeah, Beast Lord got added in Lucklin. And Berserker got added in Gates of Discord. So... Oh, hey, another Staff of Element. I already have the Exalt plucked out, right? Staff of Fire? Yes, I do. Okay, we can just merge that up then. Cool. Alrighty then. Actually, I saw this guy out here in kind of no man's land. Hey, hello there, Disciple of Enaruk. I see you over there. Yeah, because also the Beast Lord epic, just like the whole story, is very intrinsically connected to Charval and the Caddyshaw lore and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very, very Lucklin centric. Oh, all right. And Disciples are the ones that drop the Ethereal Mist Greaves. Excellent. So this will kill many Disciples. Hopefully get many Ethereal Mist Pants. You know, monks also get the distinct advantage that their epic goes in the hand slot. It's not actually a weapon. So everybody who has monk in their kit gets to just have an extra set of epic stats equipped at any one time. Unless it gets changed to be like an actual hand-to-hand weapon to basically replace a Woo's Fist or something. And to solve that problem of monks getting an extra epic's worth of stats. It's like everybody else does also get the advantage. You know, or everybody else gets the ability to have 3 epics worth of stats, you know, in your actual main / offhand, and then 2 any slots. So naturally, you know, you're, which means your 2-handed epics that have basically double stats in one slot get to do a lot of heavy lifting in the any slot in a way that the 1-handed epics don't. So, like, Necro Duck Stick, for example, becomes a really, really good stat stick for for those classes. Problem? Question mark. Yeah. Do you really think this will help us sell more burgers? Burgers? Oh, a swatch of cryo silk, which I don't think actually has any purpose. Oh. Oh. Or at least has no purpose until cultural crafting becomes a thing at some point in the future. Which, one of these days I should actually think about getting some more trade skills up. Monk Epic Effect, yeah, plus 500 endurance tick regen. Still not enough endurance regen to actually run Monk Rogue Berserker. Okay, that's... Oh. Where... Hello, Sage of Enrook. I see you over there. Get... Pathing it up here is very special. Think about it. But, yeah, upgrades are worse for melee. Well, yeah, spells are more efficient, for sure. By a lot. But also putting, putting plus 10 on a spell does not double its damage. So... On the other hand, melees have yellow mana. Although, remember, melees had yellow mana back on vanilla. Once, somewhere starting circa like Gates or whatever. Cryo Silk. I should say, Shiverhide leggings. Yeah, I don't care. Well, if you consider resists, yeah, depending on how much you need the resists, then you could maybe say that the spell upgrades will ultimately double the spell's damage. That's fair. It's a little bit fight dependent. Because some mobs just have garbage resists. Or especially for the classes that can debuff resists, they can give the mob garbage resists. Though, yeah, in like Plane of Sky, yeah, it we gotta go through here and go around. This the second floor of hate is. Oh, come on. Come on. Ugh. Can I get through the doorway, please? And also, yeah, spell cast time does go down, actually pretty substantially. Recast time, when applicable, does go down. So, yeah, you know, spells get improved a bit across, you know, and mana cost goes down. So spells get improved across several different axes simultaneously, whereas weapons just only really have one axis of upgrade. And please with the horse. Do I have a horse out? Oh, I didn't even realize I had a horse out. Indoor house for loading and unloading of horses. There's no standing. Didn't even realize I had my horse out. You know, but I'm, you know, there's this, you know, there's also this design philosophy that goes all the way back to 99 that essentially the fighter types and the caster types just have very different power progression curves. Because, like, casters get the bulk of their power off of a vendor as soon as they ding a level. Whereas the only time a fighter type ever goes to a vendor is to buy water flasks and iron rations. So, the... Yeah, much later. Yeah, raid spell vendors and spell tiers as well, where you had like the vendor bot version, the group mission version, and then the raid version. Yeah, that equalized it. You know, ancient spells were an attempt to also give casters a little bit more of a raid progression path. And I still think we need more just you know, across every class, more yeah, pinnacle boss dropped spells or discipline tomes. You know, wouldn't it be great, for example, if Kha'Zix Thul dropped a tome that would give rogues a better like an upgrade to one of their poisons? You know, or, you know, Inaruk dropped a tome that gave Berserker an upgrade to Tendon Slice or Skull Bash. Something like that. Especially since, as it stands, disciplines do not have a method of being upgraded via motes. Now, maybe that will change somewhere in the future. Who knows? Not sure if that's on the radar for future design methodology. But for now, at least, anything designated as a discipline cannot be upgraded. Which makes Berserker's Skull Bash fall off hard once you hit planar levels, because it is forever capped at an effective level of 55. Whereas, you know, any stun-based or any spell-based stun can scale to 65 if you mote it hard enough. Yeah, bards also, yeah, being able to... Yeah, bards having more resource-based spells. Although, kind of the... Yeah, kind of the idea of bard is that for the most part, they don't need to rely on resources. Hey, whoa, you gotta duck out. Alrighty, yeah, no worries. Stuff happens. Yeah, if you gotta bounce, you gotta bounce. Yep, thanks for coming and blasting and stuff. How many motes have... I've been burning motes as I go. And graders... I haven't gotten anything bigger than a... anything higher than a grader. I've gotten a couple of graders, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 graders. And a good stack of majors. Although I have not been keeping track. But yeah, enough that I've got enough drops that it feels good. So on the vibe scale, it's all good. Yeah, also with Haywo dipping out, if anybody wants a spot in the group, we now have one. We still have a goodly chunk of we got about a third of maybe half of floor 2 to do still. Yeah, let me Haywo, we will remove him. And yeah, and yeah, the Fatch, noob, right? Hold a sec. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. All right, invite sent. Yeah. And it's a and yeah, I'm just gonna gather party you up here because we're deep in the zone anyway. Voop. Cool. Actually, resist disease, resist cold, resist poison. I just don't even need to cast those. I can also click that off. I will look forward to the day when we actually get access to ageism to reduce the number of cleric buffs that have to be cast. Let's see. EQL. Ice Comet, a reward for Tartan's Wheel? Yep. And you just get the spell directly. You don't, because there's no research. Yellow dark elf. Yeah, we'll all right, we will oh, well, there's an agent of Enarok right here in the next building. Those are rogues by default. So So, all right. Guess we're ready to rock. Yeah, you want to grab this as a pet, or it might not be a rogue warrior, but it's something. Yeah. We can if we can always kill it if we find a rogue warrior. Especially if we find a like an elite dragoon or something that fits the bill a little better. Oh yeah, there are no undead mobs up here, so we can we can swap those around. Put Thurgis Star on. Yep, you'll use it for now. Yep, it's good enough to get started. If it doesn't break constantly, yeah. Which is a bit of an ask. Let's see if man, people really want dual-wielding two-handers for Berserker. As I was just taking a glance over at the Dick Sword. That that agent is just not cooperating, is she? She's got to earn that, that certified baddie card somehow, right? Alright, more Ethereal Mist Pants. Nice. We'll just add those to the stack. We'll moat those up later. Because I'll basically I'll moat them all to +5. So I can hopefully raise my pants up to +8. Oh, there's another +6 moat. Alright, we take those. Unfortunately, from these Disciples of Enrook, the cleric stuff is pretty common. You don't think you can fix her? I mean... Well, look. As long as she doesn't have a septum piercing, she's fixable. But, like, once the septum piercing is in, it's over. It has never been so over at that point. Were they even a thing in 99? Only, like, probably only in, like, more, special, niche, like, body modification circles, or maybe on, like, on the deeper end of the, like, industrial metal scene. She's got neck tattoos? Really? I mean, she's got, like, a necklace. You can't really, I mean, yeah, I mean, assless chaps, I mean, that just makes her a whore. That's just an indication that she needs to be fixed. You know, but I mean, that just comes with the territory with Dark Elves, you know? Like, remember the old, like, hot, crazy zone chart, you know? Like, with Dark Elves, you're already in, like, you know, the top right quadrant of the chart. So, you know, it comes with the territory. Though, like, the first wife was 10 out of 10, crazy hot. Yeah, and that's, yeah. Hence why she was merely the first wife, not the wife. Oops, there is... Oh, that guy is, like, stuck in the wall. All right. Step Sage stuck in the wall, because that's a thing that happens up here. Though, you know, yeah, the crazy hot matrix was great, but I think a more, you know, scientifically accurate version is the hot delta matrix created by Homath. Which establishes essentially the hotness axis as a delta, or difference from your own hotness. So, you know, like, if she's a 9, but you are yourself, you know, also a 9, you know, then that's a delta of 0. So that's like the midpoint on the chart, because the chart essentially ranges like, 0, like +10, -10. And, it's like I said, it's a delta relative to yourself. Oh, hey, there's a +7, I think. Superior is 7. Nice. You'll never forget. No, 5s and 6s. That's where the bargains are at. A Miami 6 is like a Pennsylvania 8. Similarly, like a Los Angeles 6, I should say, like a Los Angeles 4 is like a Pennsylvania 8. On the other hand, in terms of craziness, also like a California, like an LA 4 is a Pennsylvania 8. Kind of like that one song, California girls, they all have HPV, plastic tits, and daddy issues. Just one kiss, and she'll own half your stuff. LA chicks have -50 DKP. Yeah, pretty much. It's a good song. Is she dating Trudeau? So, oh, Justin Trudeau. Oh, he a guy who's is there another step sage stuck in the wall or something? Like I see it on the map. Like where? Or did we just overlook him? Or just didn't go far enough into the room? Okay, there he is. Well, like, when will the rest of Canada stop, simping for Quebec, and especially for Bloc Québécois politicians? I mean, Justin Trudeau. I mean, his whole like CV, you know, for qualifications to have been prime minister, were that his daddy has an airport named after him. I mean, despite the fact that his dad was a literal pinko. By the way, I am like one of my favorite conspiracy theories is that Fidel Castro is Justin Trudeau's actual biological father. He does not like that said to him. Yeah, the resemblance is uncanny. And I mean, Pierre and his wife were in Cuba at like the right time for that to be a possibility. So you know, until Pierre's corpse is exhumed for the sake of doing a DNA test, you know. Quebec is your last line of defense for racism. That there is that, yeah. From the tortilla to the maple tree, Quebec will set you free. uh. Yeah, the fact you're Quebecois, so this is funny. Uh, uh. Oh yeah, I joke, but I actually really enjoy Montreal. It's actually one of my favorite cities to visit. I would go there rather than at Paris any day. And by the way, for anyone visiting Montreal, by the way, there's this little restaurant called the Montreal Pool Room. It's near downtown. It's actually in the middle of the red light district, coincidentally, so it's surrounded by a bunch of really seedy strip clubs. Um, but it's this little like hole in the wall like burger and poutine joint. Um, that is just awesome. um, oh, there's a warrior rogue if you want to grab that one as an upgrade. Get some and here we go. Let's see if she plays a little nicer. Hopefully. Yeah, like one of the. There was a time, for example, I was in Montreal, vending at Otakuthon, which is the city's premier anime convention, and the publishers of the mobile game Girls Frontline were there. Because the game had just launched in North America not too long prior, and they were doing like a press tour of some of the larger conventions. And because I played the game, was one of like very few vendors who even knew the what Girls Frontline was, much less actually played it. I ended up kind of getting to know the guys from their convention team. And yeah, actually, the Montreal Pool Room is the place I took them out to dinner the one night. Because it's in walking distance of the Palais de Congrès, where the convention is located. And yeah, apologies to speakers of Français Canadien. My French is very Lyonnaise, not not Canadian. And yeah, so far this agent is working much better. It's like she's rocking that earth shaker. Yep, 0 delay earth shaker. Man, just imagine some pets using 0 delay Tanter's Tusk. Good lord. Or there was that one like huge, super slow two-handed blunt weapon in Lucklin, dropped in like Maiden's Eye or something. I do not remember what it was called. Like it was not a. I remember it was not a good weapon, but it was fun for just making huge slay undead eye candy, because I think it was the highest damage weapon in the game at the time. It's just, you know, had an unusably slow delay. Pet rank starting at a 8-ish have no delay on weapons. Madness. Oh. Because, yeah, pets had all kinds of weird oddities dating back all the way to 1999. They just didn't matter. Because, you know, pet gear was all temporary. And pets were generally low level, and, you know, there were all kinds of, you know, mitigating factors that, you know, any of the, you know, bug slash unintended features were fine. This dumb dragoon really wants to charm me. But she needs to realize that the whole 8-foot-tall Dommy Mommy thing is not my bag, baby. Man, she had some hit points, though. Holy moly. Oh, yeah, next... I don't want to spend 6 points on the next rank of Adamant. I've upstairs. Might be time to... That might be time to kill, yeah. Yeah, and like the mobs have so much more HP upstairs. Also, the fact that they're not undead. So, yeah, all the slay undead shenanigans and whatnot just go out the window. What are we farming tonight? The same thing we... I'm gonna say, the same thing we farm every night, Pinky. Enough motes to take over the world. I can't actually do an Orson Welles voice to sound like the brain. You know, the guy who voiced the brain on Pinky and the Brain basically made a whole career out of being an Orson Welles impersonator. But yeah, just armor drops, plus motes, and finally doing cat neck tonight. Oh, very good. Yeah, it's very quick and dirty. So, yeah, easy to farm, and you get a lot of useful faction bumps at the same time, so that's handy. Makes it, eminently possible to max your good guy Eridan faction and your heretic faction simultaneously. Oh yeah, I mean, it's nice at every level, is the reality. But yeah, especially at low levels, like 12 mana and endurance per tick is a lot at level 20. At some point, I should probably do... I should probably get the mental clarity as it is exceedingly useful. Though, yeah, because it's not really 4 mana per tick for me. It's really 8, because I live in recovery invocation most of the time. Which, as I mentioned before, is one of the benefits of being a cleric specifically. Your two most important spells, Sacred Echo and Promised Renewal, both cast very quickly. So you just don't need inversion for basic survival. So you can just live in recovery. Which ultimately, you take the most mana efficient healing in the game and you make it that much more mana efficient and that much more sustainable. Haste refresh after. Okay. What is a +8 Sharista's Fang? 1828. For something you can get in like level 25. Like, not bad. Not sure how the fangs necessarily compete with the or compare to the flaming fist, but Okay, 15 seconds? Okay. Because, yeah, I mean, like, I still use my cat necklace full-time. And, I do not see myself replacing it anytime soon. I mean, we would need some kind of serious new item added that just doesn't exist in the game for me to even think about replacing it. Yeah, Bloodstar's really nice. Bloodstar was my go-to previously. You know, good stack of stats. You know, it's got some AC on it. All saves. Yeah, it's nice. You know, it would be 19 strength, int whiz charisma, 15 save all, and 15 AC maxed out. But yeah, just you know, my stats are already so huge. You know, I can afford to give up a few, you know? Yeah. You know, 19 wisdom is 190 mana, which would sure be nice to have. But 12 mana per tick. You know, I hit that 190, you know, what, every 20 ticks-ish? Because 10 ticks is 120 mana. Actually, so about 16 or 17 ticks. We basically cancel out the max mana. The little bit of attack stat from strength is largely irrelevant. That 15 AC is actually only about 7 AC. And charisma doesn't really do anything. Outside of, you know, like making pacify land a little more consistently. So not a big deal. 15 save all would be nice. Like, I'll always take more save magic, but I'm sitting on almost 400 save magic in a group anyway, so, like, I'm not hurting. You know, going from 396 to 411 would not move the needle on resisting anything. And the other resists I kind of don't care about is ultimately the reality. Gonna play Eminem? Nah. I am too invested here. I mean, and I still would... I would like to find hours in the day to play some Path of Exile. There are not enough hours in the day to do that. I mean, I don't have enough hours in the day to actually sleep correctly. So... like, we'll probably take a couple of days to play Godshard Chronicles when it comes out, because that's just a, you know, single player offline RPG, not a live service game. So, you know, we'll figure we'll play through that once, and that'll probably be good enough. You know, would like to do, you know, like the always like to do a Shining Force playthrough every once in a while, just because it's my favorite game of all time. And it's just fun to go back and it's one of those games I can just replay any number of times, and it's always fun for me. Oh, those guys can drop cryo silk sashes? Really? Huh. I mean, cool. I already had one, but still, cool. Yeah, I thought only spiders and fear drop those, but apparently the dress wearers and hate can drop them too. Okay. Uh, so yeah, I need like every day of the week to be about 28 hours long, and I need the week to be about 8 or 9 days long. That would give me almost enough time to do all the stuff that I want to do on any given day and any given week. Well, there's the classroom. If we wanted to give Jarek a heart attack, we could do the classroom. We're not going to do the classroom. But we could, and it would be funny. But yeah, Eminem does look cool. It is a game I would absolutely dive into if I had all the time in the world. Which, unfortunately, I don't. Need to be a full-time streamer and just play games 18 hours a day. If, the day we get to, what do I need? I would need, about 1,000 subs to be able to do that. Or about 500 subs, and I could probably get by on 500 subs if I started running ads. So, I actually leave a decent chunk of money on the table by not making y'all watch ads. But yeah, it wouldn't be enough money to really move the needle on my cash flow. It would just in-shitify the experience for everybody. So I choose not to. Yeah. Yeah, if you've got turbo or if you're subbed, then yeah, it doesn't affect you. But, you know, for everybody else, it just, yeah, in-shitifies the experience. Yeah, yeah, and depending on, like, how abusive you get with the ad breaks, yeah, it really, um... really kind of forces people uh, to either sub or, oh, good, more pants. To either sub or just stop watching. And, you know, if the YouTube channel ever has enough subs to be able to actually monetize, then, you know, 6-hour VODs over there with, you know, like an ad break every hour, something like that, you know, that would actually generate a little bit of passive money. Which, by the way, speaking of that, we actually crossed 600 subs over on YouTube as of today. So that's cool. Yeah. Oh, YouTube just doubled their required watch time. For what, like monetization requirements, or like I'm not quite sure what the Okay. Yeah, I have no earthly idea what requirements are to monetize on YouTube. I just know I'm not there. Well, let me ask Uncle Google here. Let's see. What are the requirements to monetize YouTube? Alright, your channel must meet core baseline rules plus specific thresholds. Starting February 1st, 2027, the ad revenue, watch hour, and shorts view thresholds for new creators are doubling. Okay, so... uh base requirements for all tiers. Live in a country, have 0 community guideline strikes. Turn on 2-step authentication. Fan funding and shopping, early access. 500 subs. 3 public... Actually, we could... long form requirements. 3,000 valid public watch hours in the past 365 days, or 3 million valid public shorts views in the past 90 days. Unlocks channel memberships, super chat, super stickers. You might actually be able to do that. Tier 2, ad and premium revenue. That, okay, actually, get to 1,000. 4,000 watch hours. That's, yeah, 10 million qualified shorts views. Good lord. Okay. Actually, we're not that far off. We need to get to, need to get to a... did we do this building yet? I feel like we cleaned this house already. Yeah, turn around. We already did that house. Looks like, yeah, we did that one already. Okay, I see. We're starting to get down to just like the stragglers here. In a few spots. Oh, is that... This might be... Like 8K watch hours. That should not be a, let me, and that's... Yeah, 8K watch hours. In a 12, yeah, consider like even my garbage channel has let me actually refresh that. Refresh the dashboard there. Yeah, 606 subs now. And yeah, like 7,200 watch hours in the last 28 days. So yeah, like the watch hours, like if like I said, if my garbage channel can pull that many watch hours, like that is not a meaningful uh threshold. Like that's not um especially that many in a year. Yeah, that's nothing. Now, the metrics on shorts, where like anything not in the millions on shorts, like that's a meaningful like threshold. Oh, we have an let's just agent being dumb. Here's the mana regen neck. Oh, one sec. It is the Talisman of Kejar Kareth. Oh. What's the, I'm kind of curious what kind of few counts look like. I wonder if the, where'd that, see how that plane of sky, that's doing okay. Yeah, plane of sky guide from yesterday has like 178 views. It's doing all right. I realize, I think there's, other people have probably done sky guides in the past, so. My smokes midnight cloud, the legs are dropping like crazy. I'm getting a ton of, like, blighted trousers and junk like that. Getting a good amount of cleric legs also. Yep. Oh, yeah. Any class that has a mini to target farm is so much easier to max. Cleric and warrior, super easy. In particular, I mean, mage and enchanter are also super easy if anybody wants cloth. I mean, for the people playing, triple int classes. Hey, Greenblood Emissary, how you doing, bud? Me here to listen to Interrook, not fight. Well, too bad. Enchanter Helm, actually, best in slot. I believe it. Oh yeah, the Insidious Halo. Yeah, I think that's like the one Insidious piece I actually hang on to. Yeah. Yeah, the Insidious Halo, which is actually good. Midnight Clad headband +7. Yeah, pretty okay stats on that too. Yeah, somehow I've only ever gotten the Insidious Halo once. Despite all the, you know, Coercer Tavallas I've killed. I know you're resist maxing. Yep. Also, holy charisma on that thing. Yeah, clearly the Halo effect is real. Rocking Crown of King Tranix. Now, have you gotten the mythical Cryo Silk hat? Yeah, I have not seen the Cryo Silk hat either. Not that I can use it. It has Burning Affliction 3 on it. So it's an alternative to the belt. Does it actually exist? Good question, actually. Does it exist? I thought it did. I don't know why it wouldn't. Focus effects for Enchanter. Running Affliction 3. According to EQL Tools, it exists. It's just giga rare. And there's just not that many enemies that can drop it. Because in Plane of Fear, only the spiders drop the Cryo Silk. And there's just not that many spiders in the zone. And, but yeah, it actually has good stats on it, too. It's got 13 charisma, 7 int, 9 whiz, 10 HP mana, 9 save magic. Like, despite other than the crappy 5 AC because it's cloth, it's a good hat. Just in general. It's leveling, clarity, increase the mana regen. Nope. Oh, look, there's a, So, you feeling lucky? Gonna, you ready for like a big pull? Ready for a crazy fall? Like, I'm actually going to hit defensive for this. For this pull until we lock it down. I'm going to hit this Cotiz Ambassador first. So get ready. I'm actually going to count this one. I'm going to... All right. All right, here we go. Let me actually refresh this. Also, I'm going to get blasted by like 15 harm touches. I might just fall over and die. Oh, interestingly, only about half of them pulled. This is like the, yeah, kind of interesting, like, representatives from, like, all the evil guilds in the world are hanging out in that room, just having a chat. Yeah, Mage Hunter is a thing, but it was fine. Oh, and these guys don't act... Good chance to get some player race, yeah. Green Mist Diplomat. Then you see no wood elves. Yeah, around elves. Watch yourselves. Get some troll and ogre kills in here. Some Ixar kills. Look out for gnomes! You will not evade me, noob. What version of hate is EQL anyhow? It's, most... Call it like version 1.5. It's mostly 1.0. Though there's like a couple of extra goodies in there, but it's mostly 1.0. Other than, well, the class armors, you know, between hate and fear got totally redone. That whole loot table is totally different. But otherwise, the actual unique drops off the minis and Inrook himself is all 1.0. Also, gotta say, this Dismal Rager right here with the black hair, kind of a baddie. Like, not gonna lie, I can fix her. Trying to PK the bard. Interesting how some of these mobs in here have faction hits and some of them don't. Should I max Steadfast? I would, I mean, kinda... Steadfast will gets expensive. The first bunch of ranks are very cost effective. Like, the last 2 ranks in particular are not cost effective at all. So, and the first, I want to say 3 ranks gets you to 50% stun resistance. It's like, I'd probably grab You know, a couple ranks and then maybe put the rest off for later. You're at rank 6 so far. So yeah, you've already got like 80% stun resistance. You know, when you start running out of other like cost-effective stuff to boost, maybe yeah, next rank costs 6 and the last rank I think costs 12. Yeah, going from almost no stuns to actually no stuns is a nice boost. Especially if you do a lot of AoE pulling. You know, so part of it does come down to playstyle. If you're doing a lot of just like 1v1 fights, then by the time you hit like 50 or 60% stun resistance, you're fine. AoE pulling is a different beast altogether, though. Because there, you're getting hit with so many stun attempts that they add up. Interestingly, he's called a Steel Warrior, but he's actually on Dismal Rage faction. That's interesting. And okay, that's the whole emissary. Feels like there could have or should have been a named mob here, because there's a little throne right there. Would have been a great place to put a mini, but oh well. Yeah, that cleans up that house. Yeah, 2 pots and you're done. Yeah, you just gotta consume. I mean, suggestion, let's see, for, I mean, healing AAs are always great if you haven't picked them up yet. You know, all the holy trinity of tank AAs, you know, combat agility, natural durability, and combat stability in that order. The early ranks of Adamant Will are pretty cost effective. The latter ranks, not so much. Improved Bash is awesome value because it lets you bash from your any slot. Or it also lets you use weapon AC, if you have any, to count for bash damage. Spellcasting Mastery is huge value. All 4 ranks of reinforcement are good value. The Divine Aura AAs are kind of amusing. Oh, wait, but you're not a cleric, so. Cool about the weapon part. Yeah, it can still get big bashes with Baton of the Sky. Yup. Yeah, Baton of the Sky is actually good enough to just bash with. I mean, you know, I would still absolutely want Shield of the Stalwart Seas, because it's also just such a huge pile of stats. And more AC is more better. Saw a chick over to the west. Yeah, there's a couple houses worth of mobs right here, so. And here's that bizarrely out of place statue that, yeah, this in the back here is just, I don't know what it is about it. It's out of place. It's very conspicuous. Like, you can't interact with it or anything, but there's just something off about it. It doesn't do anything. It's always been there. But, yeah, it's just... It's vaguely uncanny for some reason. What's up with the spear ornamentation on your baton? Because it's my deep water harpoon. You know? From, that's a lot of mobs. Yeah. The gift from my beloved Sentry Zyron. Trying to get a mithril band off the EOV. Yeah, got it. You know, it took me forever, and then I got 3 of them in a row. Though, you know, I mean, it didn't take nearly as long as it did on beta. On closed beta, it took like 60 EOVs. I got it on the last day of closed beta. Yeah, Keen and Grave, by the way, good evening. And Zilkaril, yeah, good evening. Let's see. Let's see. Over 70 sister kills and still no woos. Gross. Yeah, I mean, I never got a woos on either closed or open beta. I got one very early on live, though. So there's that. But, you know, but only one so far. Yeah, I killed 1,000,000 sisters on closed beta. Because, like, in the earlier, like, pre-instancing in Sky, you could do the old shenanigans where you could chain spawn sister. And you could basically kill, like, 60 sisters in an hour. Because you still had to talk to Siren the Lunatic back then. Oh yeah, the bronze Naginata. Yeah, it's a good graphic. Yeah. Yeah. Also, because they put the old animation back on 2-hand blunt weapons, you know, it makes sense to use a like a spear type weapon given the animation. And I can actually be poking with the deep water harpoon, because the deep water harpoon itself looks like a piercing weapon, but it is actually a 2-hand slashing weapon because it predates the existence of 2-hand piercing as a unique skill. Yeah, so normally you would slash with it, even though it's a harpoon. I mean, yeah, the Nebula Sapphire off of Sister is very rare. Kind of like the Bixie Sword. I mean, yeah, those drops make the 2 best one-handed weapons by pure ratio in the game. But, yeah, you gotta work for them. You got 2 woos and 2 bixies before you got your Dagos? Whoa. Yeah, I got 2 Aldrins and a Woos before, and yeah, 2 Aldrins and 1 Woos before I got Dagas. But then, interestingly, with Dagas, like the very next sister, or maybe like 2 sisters later, I got another Ginny Warblade. Whoops. After I never got the Ginny Warblade on closed or open beta. Yeah, other high level undead zone besides Guck? Nope. All roads lead to Guck. Oh yeah, I mean there is the undead area in the hole. It's all the way at the bottom. So yeah, what you would really do, well, the problem with that, because it's at the far end of the zone, and the zone is chock full of sea undead mobs, getting there is a pain. Unless you're a rogue and you can SOS down. Because, I mean, unless you want to play in just a public instance, then because then you can jump down, land in D0 at the bottom of the zone, bind there, swap to whichever difficulty you want, cast gate, instantly warp back to the bottom of the zone in your current pick, and grind to your heart's content. That's a thing you could do, but that does not work for personal instances because you cannot gate into a personal instance. Even if you're in a personal instance, it'll take you out to the public D0 if you cast gate. Yeah. But that being said, I doubt a lot of people actually hang out down there, especially outside of like D0 or maybe D1. So if you went down there to at like, D2 or 3, it would probably just be deserted. It'd probably work. Although I will say that the ghosts down there are way too beefy. They have just HP for days. So I don't know how good the XP necessarily is. They're all high level, because they're all in the 50s, but yeah, they basically have the HP of Kunark mobs. They are, like, out of era in terms of power level. So, yeah, yeah, Senpai Soth. Yeah, there are options. They're not necessarily good options. Yeah, honestly, just suck it up, stay in Guck till 46, and then head to Plane of Hate after that. As soon as you hit 46, the world opens up. Especially the bottom floor of Plane of Hate is not 100% undead, but it has a lot of undead. The upper level is all elves, though, so Yeah, I would say, you know, like 45 to 46 in Guck feels bad, but there's not really a good alternative. It's just slightly different flavors of suck. It's the hell level. You know, just put up with it. You know, and just hope that maybe between like Nectropos and Rejarchian Hills and stuff, we get a, or maybe like revamped Permafrost, that we just get a little bit of a, you know, we get a better gap filler. For like the 40 to 46 grind. Yeah, like, yeah. The Giarn, excuse me, yeah, the Giarn camp is also fine, like 45 to 6, but not necessarily any better. And I mean, it's a great camp if you're an enchanter because all the mobs are rogues. So you have your pick of the litter when it comes to charm pets. If you're not an enchanter, or should say, or like if you're a mage or something and you have anti-summon nukes, then that's cool because it's all elementals. And yeah, by all means, yeah. Yeah, Zill, yeah. No need to power grind like all the time forever. You can stop and smell the roses or and I would also say as we saw like a couple days ago when I was doing a little bit of farming and grinding in Solby, that zone is so miserable. Ugh. Like, good God. Yeah, that... So much of Sol B is just misery to just get around in. Seeing Viz mobs, stuff aggroing through the walls. It's just... It's a mess. Those... That freaking named spider that, like, even through Overchannel, I could not land spells on to save my life. Plus, you know, plus it's got that, you know, 10-second stone spider stun going on. Yeah. Stuns you for eternity if you're not like giga maxed on magic resist. So yeah, Sol B just is not a fun zone. And yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Zill, you know, about like how Zerk and Beastlord epics will work in Kunark. Because they basically have to be redone kind of from scratch. Beastlord epic mostly, yeah, has to be like completely redone. Though, you know, for what it's worth, you know, that allows the team to just make something new from scratch and then maybe like repurpose the old quest for something else. You know, if we go to Lucklin at some point, yeah, the old quest can be just totally repurposed. Yeah, or just you know, because I think the Berserker stuff would be much easier to relocate. Compared to the Beast Lord stuff, which is just so intrinsically tied to Lucklin. Yeah, I really feel like it would be like the Berserker quest is, yeah, pretty portable. I think the Beast Lord quest though is, good opportunity to just make something completely new from scratch. Maybe build out the Kara Isle lore or something. Yeah, hot take, but yeah, hope we don't go to the moon. See, I like I like Luckland myself. Like, I didn't find it sci-fi. Like, other than like some grays running around. Because I like the Shissar lore. I really like the Kata Castlum lore. And like Kata and Saru, I really like that whole story arc. Big fan of Emsra, and yeah, the Shissar. Generally like the whole Vexthal thing. Yeah, I think the only like sci-fi element was, the fact that it's the moon, and yeah, the gray aliens running around. And isn't it a bunch of raid mobs and a bunch of like classic Kunark? Uh, um, I'd have to go back and for I'd have to go back and remember. Yeah, be able to enter Temple of Sra from somewhere else. Also possible. Yeah. You remember, Emperor himself had that portal to somewhere in his throne room. Maybe he actually got it working, and maybe we can, take the portal back, uh, back the other direction, and basically do Seratius Temple kind of backwards. That would actually be kind of cool. Start in the throne room and work down. So, or like Emperor Sra himself is like the gatekeeper to the zone, and and maybe like Vizdraw is the actual boss of the zone. Your main is Beast on Quorum, hung up on it without a guild. Enter. Yeah, and and since we're going off the rails as far as timeline goes, we're in an alternate universe timeline now for all intents and purposes. Like I actually really hope the second expansion is not Velius, because I want people to just like completely cast aside all their preconceived notions. Realize that there's no that we've gone off the there's no pattern anymore. There's no template. We are in our own space. As much as I enjoy NTOV, let's go kill Mayong in Dark Hollow. Yeehaw. And yeah, the fact that EQ2 zones are on the table opens up all kinds of possibilities. See, I love me some Depths of Dark Hollow, because Dreadspire is such a good zone. I would probably rate Dark Hollow as a whole like higher, but I feel like 90% of what I like about that expansion is just tied up in Dreadspire. Yeah, Epic 2.5 slays just hit different. Yeah, they really do. Loping Plains. Don't think that Portal and Emperor would be entry point. We'll make it lead somewhere once you get there. Also acceptable. Yeah, enter from somewhere. Maybe in Kunark. How close are we to finishing? We're getting there. We have this little corner and then the last house and then we're done. We're actually really close. We're in the last quadrant. Yeah, 20 or 30 mobs probably, something like that. Open Plain, Hills of Shade. Yeah, I liked the Secrets of Fadeware expansion. Because I like, I like Carafirm as a villain. As one of the, core BBEGs. Hills of Shade gets points for about as close as we ever get in EQ1 to meeting Aralissi. And a reminder that hell hath no fury like Aralissi scorned. Burned Woods, best zone of always. Where is Burned Woods this week, by the way? I don't remember, like, where... Like, did they mention it in the patch notes? Yeah, I haven't been able to find it either. Might have to wait for it to rotate around next week. What's Burned Woods? Just a very, very old joke. They include Burned Woods. Random entry point. They've been pretty strict about keeping the memery, out of the game for the sake of immersion. Maybe for like an April Fool's Day event or something. You give me so. Could be a loading message. Yeah, it's a good loading message. Yeah, of something like where is burned woods this week? And I know very little about some of the like what kinds of other stuff could potentially exist in from like EQ2 zones. Oh, whoops. Because I only ever played EQ2 early on, like at launch and like for a couple months. Never played any of the EQ2 expansions or anything. Because I really did not like the WoW style cooldown whack-a-mole. Uh, Sky was EQ2's was EQ second expansion, and have a lot of amazing zones to explore here. So Kingdom of Sky, was that like a whole expansion around like Plane of Sky and its environment or something? Certainly looked like Plane of Sky. Was it at least theoretically like the, around the planar space controlled by Vishen and full of dragons and whatnot? There are a bunch of dragons as bosses. Okay. Lord Viam. Okay, was in the mix. Well, I mean, since Vishen's realm is where dragons go when they die, maybe it was assumed that Lord Viam was dead and this was his, like, ascended soul or something in the afterlife. I mean, it's also, here would be a hot take, something I would like. I would love to be able to, stroll into Vishan's Peak with friendly Ring of Scale faction and get some quests from Faradar to go deal with the Ring of Scale's traditional enemies, like, for example, the Claws of Vishan. You know, help Faradar take her throne back from that imposter to the throne Yelenak. It's up to Pop. The timelines are shared. Yeah, so I guess the question then is, like, canonically, did players clear NTOV in lore? And did they wake up the sleeper in lore? Because, you know, if, you know, to have woken the sleeper, they need to have handed in some first brood talismans to Jaladar, which would have meant that a bunch of first brood dragons would have had to have died. Well, at least, you know, in the EQ1 timeline, you know, Sleeper gets loose, and it's a long time that he spends essentially consolidating power over in what becomes Crystallos on the far reach of Fadeware. You know, because it's not until Secrets of Fadeware that he actually starts making a move. Yeah, Crystallos was a really cool zone. And I was actually fairly invested into the lore of the Crusaders because I had done the quests for them that showed up in Sleeper's Tomb 2.0. That's actually the stairs over there. We'll go upstairs in a sec. We'll clear out the whole bottom floor first. So, you know, like Horion the Crusader and Jortreva, like I was already well acquainted with those personages, having, yeah, done their quests. So, yeah, I was actually pretty invested into their storyline long before Secrets of Fadeware was ever a thing. You know, and I was already well acquainted with Kildrakon and Chudawos and the other two. I don't remember their names. Though I guess canonically, you know, the players never did Sleeper's Tomb 2.0 because Kildrakon was alive and well, doing stuff over in Crystallos. And yeah, if you know your Age of Scale lore, you know that Kildrakon was one of the high priests of Dragon Society prior to the Civil War, and he was basically the priest who said that that Caraferm was the Messiah, and so basically became his lieutenant and #1 advocate. Kingdom of Sky is like Plane of Sky bleeding into reality because the gods left. Interesting. I guess, yeah, with the other deities having absconded, so yeah, I guess basically Vishen has kind of uncontested access to the material plane if she wants it. Yes, yeah, presumably, yeah, because the gods basically absconded because of the Planes of Power events, right? Okay. Yeah, that's the shoulders. And we go down here, grab these couple of stragglers, then we... Oops, wrong way. This way. Grab these couple of stragglers, then we backtrack a bit and go upstairs to where Inneruk would be. And Screeben X. Welcome to the program. Yeah, they come back way later. I know somewhere along the way, Erelisi actually dies. Like, she finally makes an appearance, and she's dead. I remember you see Vishen's corpse in the distance during the Seeds of Destruction expansion in EQ1. It's one of the few, finger quotes, celestial bodies left in the void, or in the sky of the void, after the universe pretty much implodes because of the Discordians. Well, in Seeds of Destruction, what's going on there? Basically, the time rift created by Druzzle at the end of Planes of Power to reset everything back to before you went to Plane of Time. Because remember, in Plane of Time, all the gods you killed there actually died for real. Because gods die if they are killed outside of their home plane. This is why gods never leave their home plane. So, yeah, all those gods dying in Plane of Time would have completely upset the balance of the cosmos. I mean, as we see in Reign of Fear, because Khazak Thul died for real at the end of House of Thul. And we see the huge effect one god dying has on the world with Reign of Fear. So, Khazak, Inneruk, Ralos, Talon, Valen, Burtox, and the elemental gods, or at least part of them, all dying, in one afternoon in Plane of Time, is just cataclysmic. So that's why Druzzle has to reset the timeline. But in so doing, she basically makes the kind of the cosmos vulnerable to the Discordians, and they are able to kind of imitate her in some way and start doing like time travel magic. And yeah, the Discordians go back in time to a bunch of major historical areas, and and they bring sports almanacs with them, and they give a bunch of and they give the Biff of every time period a sports almanac, and the timeline of the world just gets completely destroyed to the point that the universe basically just breaks in half. And like time and space break down It is an just complete like multiversal apocalypse. And the which is and that's actually not why Legends exist. Legends comes later, and a little bit later in the timeline. So the basically you enter the zone is called the Void, and it serves as the hub of Seeds of Destruction. And Zebek Zorik is there. Basically, he is the lone survivor of the multiversal apocalypse because he was locked up in the plane of time. So he was basically in the only bomb, and the only nuclear bunker capable of surviving the complete obliteration of the multiverse. And so he serves as your main quest NPC for the story of the expansion, and he sends you through time portals to various eras to basically kind of pull a quantum leap. But, instead of trying to, like, save people or whatever, your job is to fix the timeline by removing the Discordian influence to make sure history plays out the way it did originally. So the people who died in vanilla history need to still die. You're not allowed to save them. Your goal is to try to undo the butterfly effect so that the universe can put itself back together again. And basically, each time you complete, like, one arc of the story, the Void becomes a little bit less destroyed. The first version of the Void that you zone into when you start the expansion, there's, like, nothing out in space. Because you're in this little kind of floating rock in an infinite, in the infinite void of space. There are like no stars in the sky. They've all burned out and died. There's no nothing. But yeah, one notable thing you can see way off in the distance, in infinity, millions of miles away in space, you can see the corpse of Vishen floating there, like a dead star. Yeah, the crisis of infinite Noraths. Yeah, you pretty much have to pull a time cop kind of dealio, and and fix history. So, like, for example, in one of the things the Discordians do is they go back to the war between the Ixar Empire and the Ring of Scale, and they equip the Ixar with a bunch of Discordian approved weaponry that allows them to eviscerate the dragons and totally actually win the war in a very decisive manner, such that like Emperor Ganak never dies. Or they do something similar to the Battle of Kithakor, so that they equip Lannis's army with super weapons, very high power out of era equipment, and so Lannis is able to decisively defeat Firiona. Unsuspiciously like a WoW expansion. I just want to kill orcs, man. Ixar's got Kalashnikovs. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, and other things other, there are other scenarios along those lines. But yeah, each time you finish a story arc, you go back to the void, and you see that the universe has become a little bit less destroyed. One of the first changes is you no longer see Vishen's corpse floating in space, so presumably she's no longer dead. You start seeing stars in the sky, and by the time you've completely purged the Discordian influence, according to Zebek Zorak, the universe is actually working again. Yeah, Plague of the Karanas at the foundation of Kinos, that was another one. Yeah, SOD was a cool expansion. My my big complaint from a raider's perspective with SOD was the final zone, the Tower of Discord, was stylish. Like, lore-wise, it was neat, but gameplay-wise, it was probably the easiest final zone of any expansion ever. And the final boss in particular, Lord Brecht, the Rider of Discord, who was one of the gods of Discord, was probably the easiest final boss in the history of the game. Yeah, why was the Sin Arcana working for Lord Brecht? I don't know. Does the Silver Sparrow neck drop from the bee? Yes, it does. Well, I mean, theoretically it does. I dropped a couple of them on beta. I haven't gotten one yet on live. Still waiting for it. But yeah, despite having Sparrow in its name, it actually drops from the bee, not from the Sparrow Lord. I don't know, maybe, or, I don't know. Maybe Lord Brecht was just very much an Eldon enjoyer. And he wanted to share the love of the Sin Arcana raid. It was doing it twice a week for a whole year. Yup. Doing Tower. Yup. Because you did the regular version with a 54-man raid, and then you did the quote-unquote hard version with only 36 people. And even that wasn't actually hard, because the Tower was so easy. Just did, yeah, 2 different split raids, yeah. Yeah, like, if your guild if your guild can actually muster, like, 72 people on any given raid night, yeah. You just have 2 separate groups, of 36 each doing it. Yeah. Yeah, it was so easy. And Brecht was such a pushover. Like, he wasn't even, like, the hardest mob in his own zone, not by a long shot. I think Sin Arcana was harder than Brecht, and Sin Arcana was not hard. It was just less easy. Yeah, I think Sinnercana was that the. Did Sinnercana have a time limit on it? I remember there was like the one right before Brecht had a hard coded time limit that was kind of arbitrary. It was, do the fight within a time limit, or Lord Brecht gets bored and leaves, and you lose. and the only hard and the only hard part was just doing the event fast enough. And especially if you were kind of early in the farming process of the zone, and not everybody had all their weapons and stuff. But a couple weeks into farming and it's completely irrelevant. You really dislike Sky? Not because of the zone itself, just all the damn bugs. Well, anytime a Drake decides to jump scare you, you know, you know, flying in off the top rope with a folding chair, yeah, that's always a bad time. Especially if it chooses to just hang out in the middle of the air and hit you with a mana detonation from a mile away. and just gives you a free ticket back to East Freeport. Yeah, or Azarax. At least Azarax, you just move away from them and force them to, at least as they move towards you, they will come down to surface level. You just might have to mess with it a little bit. All right, and that is the zone, so I guess kill the pet. Yeah, and the unresistible whirlwind procs are not fun. Um, yeah, all right, GG. What time is it? It's only 11:20. Bio and drink time. Yeah, new instance. Lamau. How's our how's our oh, we're got up to 56 majors. So yeah, 31 31 3 greater, 1 superior. I think I had about the same, honestly. 16 per hour downstairs, 8 upstairs. That makes sense because the upstairs mobs are so much tankier. That makes total sense. Yeah, if you want to do this zone for motes, first floor only, for sure. You go upstairs if you want to farm pants. That's it. If you don't care about pant drops, you just stay downstairs. And I think that will that get me to no? I need 3. I need like 3 extra points to go to 8. Um. So you know what? I put 1 major in there. Merge. Okay, because it would take 256. Yeah, because like, yeah, and two, because 256, yeah, 32 pairs. It would take 8 pairs, or 8 plus 5 pants to try to go from 8 to 9. Like, it's doable. Just flip chest runs for pants, also acceptable, yeah. Though, I don't know, like, if I wanted more pants, I can always get them off of, like, High Priest Makari, because they're cleric. We did combined 10 million damage up here. Whoa. So, this should take it up to tier 8. Yeah, it gets basically exactly tier 8. I'm just going to hit merge. So, it's at a good spot to just raid mode them to 10 and call it good. Like, the Weight of the Gods, I am slowly progressing through getting this up to 9. Like, I have enough XP on this already to justify taking it to 9, because you can just get so many dupes so fast on this. I can go like +1. Oops, now I have to, there we go, +1. Not sure why it's, oh, yeah, because the, okay. Then we go, 2 miners. 2 miners to go to +2. 2 miners to go to +2. Lessers. Which I only have 4 anyway, so that kind of works out. Do I have, yeah, vanilla potentials? Yes, I do. 2 of those. Oop. And 2 more. Oop. And majors. Take 4. And another 4. And then we go over here. Yes, please. And yeah, we're getting 36 points each. So on each of those. So we need 256 minus 159 divided by 36. So we need another 3 copies of Weight of the Gods, and we can take that to +9. And then we'll just raid mode the last step. Oh, well, I've got at least 1 more copy right here. Do I have any others? I think that is my last one. Oh, I take that back. I actually have 3 copies. Okay. Well then. Well, you're beat later, boys. All right, GG. Well done. Necros, yep. Necros get a mez. Yep. They get a single target mez. Yep. Let me see here. Infinitesimals, we can always... Yes, if we can just... Urge. Let's see. Minor. Also, this is a great way to just blow up low-tier motes. Minors, I guess we used up all of our lessers. And so we'll use like 6 majors here. That should work. Yep, okay. And okay, there's our +5. Plug in there. Boop. Merge in. Next one. There's an infinitesimal. And pop that in. Boop. We're running out of small stuff. Major. Dump 6 motes in there. Actually gets it done. And only needs 31. Cool. So this one right here. Infinitesimal. There's 1. There we go. And I'm going to put like 2 vanillas in there. Gets it to 3. And a major. It probably only needs like 3. Actually, no, it's going to need like 2 more. Going to go to tier 5. Boop. And that should take this to +9. There we go. Whew, look at that. Oh, glorious. Any of those did you have? Just those 3? Well, I had exactly enough. So we're good. The glorious evolution. Yup. Look at that. Yeah. And I think this thing has earned a raid mote for next week. We can top that off with a raid mote. We could also top off our pants if we want to. We have, of course, now that lovely stack of major motes that we had a minute ago is now gone. We just blew up, what, 30-some motes? Yeah. Yeah, 1 raid mote. We'll finish it. That's going to be, we could also put, like, 2, we could put, like, 1 raid mote into this and 2 into Girdle of Faith, because that will at least get us to haste cap. But all right, yeah, that is, let's see, what else do we want to do tonight? Could go, well, oh, you know what I want to do, actually? I want to go, level USK some more. Probably tomorrow. I want to actually go check on, what's the best, Firot, maybe? Because I wanted to actually go check, Lake Raft here for some nets. But I think, actually, the better way to do that is Origin back to town. Oh, wait, no, actually, I take that back. We don't need to Origin. We can Ritual to Firot, actually, is the way to do that. Because we can change classes in Wrath Mountains. Because it's a town. Alright, and while this ritual casts, I'm going to run into the bathroom and I'll be right back. Alright. 3 of the same mask from the horse. Oh, is it at least the jester mask? Because, like, jester mask is at least useful, because that makes Cudgel of the Fool. Put the instance there. So, yeah, I mean, definitely not an ideal set of loot, but could have been worse. Also, one of these days, yeah, we gotta do a little run through. Oh, come on, get off. We gotta do a little run through of like extra Inneruk runs just to get stuff to fuse, because I really need more engineers rings and more pureblood rings and more earrings of bashing and more triumphant masks and all that good stuff. Would also be very easy while we're in Wrath Mountains to make some extra range slot goodies, but we just burned up a big stack of motes. I don't want to necessarily go burning more of them. Loadouts. That one we will edit. Take SK off, put Druid on, save. And we can swap to that because we are technically in a town. And, oh yeah, we can't wear... Where's our brewer's mesh cloak? Should be in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Where's tracking? Alpha, let's go by consider. John, Kendra, Bindle Grobbins. I don't even know what Bindle Grob and Sindel Grob are for. They just merchants or something, I guess. I actually don't know. Bindle Grob. Yeah, they're evil gnomes. Just redundant, all gnomes are evil. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. I have no idea. Rune of Clay, what is that even for? Probably some Clay bracelet quest. Okay. I see. You need, Oh, it's for mages to cast Eye of... it's the, clay bracelet with Eye of Zom as a clicky. Okay. Which is a can equip, thing. Okay. Earn a clay from each of them. Kill a goblin headmaster in Ocean of Tears. Okay. Ah, okay. There's the third. Okay, I mean, Eye of Zom, I guess. I don't know if there's ever a need for that, but, you know, it's whatever. You know, forever in, just in case we ever happen to find ourselves back in, or when we eventually find ourselves in Sorrow Temple, it's see, nothing. Yeah, nothing interesting on track out here. Just the usual nonsense. Yeah, because if any of the actual rares were here, would be they'd be in the like upper yellow to red zone, and they're not. So yeah, no dice. Oh well. And well, let's go to +4, just for funsies. Then we'll head over to like Wrath Tier to look for Goblin Netmasters. Hey, you got a Dark Weaver to drop. GG. Grats. One step closer to Torrid Corruptor. Now, of course, the hard part is actually catching Lord Grimrot up to be able to turn that in, along with Brother Hale's soul. When can you start those quests? Well, Soulfire you could actually finish pretty handily at about, 35 or 40. Torrid Corruptor and Fiery Avenger explicitly require you to be 46 to finish them because you have to go to Plane of Sky. Yeah, it's like Soulfire. You can do because there's only like half the quest you can do at like level 10. um, then you need to kill Zacatl in Mistmore, which figured to be about level 30 or so when you do that. And then the final step is to kill Lucan in West Freeport, which will probably require you to be about 30, depending on if you have slow in your kit or not. Without slow, you could do it easily in at like 35. Without slow, probably closer to 40. And yeah, the faction requirements can be a little prohibitive until you know how to do them do the faction grinding quickly and efficiently. Uh, then suddenly it's not so bad. Just like Susanna is the Palmong Shaman, super easy. Yeah, you could easily do Lucan at like 35 on that kit. Yeah, 25. That's when you did it. Total, I believe it. Like as soon as you get Tagar's insects, you're kind of in the clear. Especially since you can just make a non-respawning personal instance. I Other than the Corrupted from doing the Torrid Corruptor quest, I think all the titles are just from Slayer achievements. Yeah, I think that's all there is right now. They say they were fixing that. Yeah, it'll be done. It'll be issued retroactively, probably in the next patch. So, yeah, if you did the last step of the quest in the quote unquote lore accurate way, then you got the title already. If you did the quest just kind of finger quotes normally, then without the lore accurate stuff, then you would not have gotten it yet. But you'll get it once it's reissued. So, uh, yeah, you'll be fine. And keep in mind, the Slayer achievements that actually give titles tend to require quite a few kills. If they have the Vindicator. Not that I recall. Noob Noob the Vindicator. Alright, like Raft here. Is there anybody in this zone? One person. Just slightly surprising, actually. Would not have expected to see anybody in the zone. But, Uldreth, Deepwater Goblins, Schmendrick Lava Walker? Who in the world is, Schmendrick Lava Walker? Drops a plasmatic priest robe. He's just on... Oh, yeah, he's part of Cleric. That's right, he's part of Cleric Epic. So if you want a nice, shiny... nice, shiny plasmatic priest robe. There you go. Thanks. Love Lake Wrath, one of your favorite classic zones. The Mojo Maker, yeah, for killing all the gorillas. Let's see. Schmendrick. And yeah, sadly no Lord Burgurgle right now. That would have been too convenient. And, of course, why would anything nice ever happen? You're after nets? I need one more net. Yep. I've got a net. You pop your instance. That's what I'm about to do, actually. I'm just swimming out a little bit, though, to make sure I can actually make sure I... Gujo Master Theric is... Oh, yeah, he's right there. Deep underwater. I'm gonna go see if we can't say hi to Guja Master Theric. Yeah, he's just hanging out down here. He's a level 61 warrior, and she's just cons indifferent, so he's not actually on a working frog faction. He does not respond to hails at all. He has no reaction. We can attack him, but he doesn't attack back, oddly enough. And he drops aggro instantly, which is interesting. You can beg him, which is interesting. So if you want to practice begging, I mean, here you go. This is like, you know, an easy way to do it. Underwater begging. Can we intimidate him? Or probably. Actually, our intimidation skill is probably maxed at this current level. Yeah, it's currently maxed. One hit slashing. One hit slashing is not maxed, but it's all right. Interestingly, weapon skills are not going up, which is kind of weird. Even though we are hitting him, we're not actually on aggro, which is weird. We never go. Huh. Yeah, we never actually go on aggro, which is kind of weird. So, like, we can't skill up weapons on this guy. But we can skill up begging on him. If you, like, what's the difference between Bane Strike A's you get for unlocking things? Yeah, it's just 2%. That's because you get 1 rank here. And yeah, you currently cannot get rank 2. So, you're gonna add rank 2? I mean, presumably eventually, but I haven't heard any discussion on the subject. But yeah, presumably once more unlocking. I mean, I guess you can. Yeah, Slayer. General tabs. Force of Nature. Yeah, these get you to rank 2? Yeah, okay. If you get one of these general achievements, then you get to rank 2. Yeah. Yeah. And this one right here. This one lists a few as optional. Citizens of Fear. Reward also. Let me see here, because I know... I gotta look at this one. Tested. Discord. Discord sounds out of tune. Should be impossible, because you can't kill Discordians right now, because they're not in the game. Yeah, and plain to see, if necessary, this one is unachievable currently, because none of these enemies exist in the game. Yeah, all the... And Drakety Drak, that's not possible either, because Draken aren't in the game either. Cosmok. So, like, it's listed as a requirement, but you can't actually do that one yet. There's one called such Discord too, yeah, and yeah, Discordian creatures are not currently in game. So, highly decorated though. People person, 3-letter word for dead. This one's doable. Rats, 8 legs, hounds. Work kill. Golem, life from stone, living stone. Herbicide, dragon, shorter, plain to see. Yeah, this one, yeah. Because plain to see is impossible, these highly decorated cannot be completed. Nor can such anguish, or natives of Alaris, or natives of Kua, or Telosia, or Lucklen. This one contains a lot of stuff you can't physically do. Force of Nature is probably doable, though. Swordfish. Greenstone, they might be giants. Plains, trains, and elementites, that one's doable. Foreign of... This one, Force of Nature, I think this one is doable. Though admittedly, Table Flipper is miserable, because you gotta kill 5,000 mimics for that. And so, like, other than just killing haunted chests in hate for the next year and a half, there's not a good way to do this one. But it is doable. There's 2 extra in there you can't do. Which ones are not possible? It's alive? Because this is... short people, bounced, Kunzar. Like, the hounds is just dogs. It sucks, but it's doable. Work kill, yeah, Noling, Kobold. Golem, annoying but doable. 252 dragons, annoying but doable. Call that dragon doable. Shorter people, terrible but doable. Mystical horses, terrible but doable. Breakdown ahead, extremely terrible but doable. Yeah, this one though, not a care in the world, is kind of glitched as to whether or not it's like it should be doable, but I think it's glitched. Men Beetlemania, snake in the grass. I gotta kill more snakes. New tricks for 100 dogs. I've got 84 kills and it's alive. Okay, so that one is totally doable. These boots. Alligators, totally doable. Fish, 100% doable. Where are you, Knoll? Knolls, you're obviously very doable. Re-extinction, I mean, all you can do for this is kill Finnegal, but it's doable. Aquatic Allure. Nagas, mermaids, yeah, again, just go to Kedge. Argyle, you're not scaring anyone. Oh, I just need one more scarecrow. Mushrooms, annoying but doable. Dragging this out, yeah, you gotta kill Draco Liches, which there are not that many of, but it is doable. Amazing. No vacancy? How have I not gotten this one yet? Oh, I'm at 90. Okay. Yeah. Lumberer was awful. Because that'll be what? Oh yeah, Jummery, that'll be terrible. Pixies, I mean, you'll get that doing Plane of Sky. Lumberer is Trent. Oh, yeah. Terrible. Eyes. Oh, I'm actually almost at... I need 2 more eyes. Jum and Steam Font. Oh, that's not so bad then. Yeah, the B-Boss just dropped no quest items. What? All the Conquest ones are doable? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't play well. Bugs, doable. Snakes, doable. Pesticide, yeah, doable. Dead, totally doable. Strange Weather, totally doable. Zookeeper, totally doable. Swordfish Mermaid, yep, totally doable. Orcs, doable. Goblins, doable. Gnolls, doable. Kobolds, doable. It's alive. Okay. Oh, because that includes gargoyles. Okay. And scarecrows. Okay. So yeah, that one totally doable. Plants, concrete, and stone. Horrible, because you're pretty much reliant entirely on Spirales and Trents, but totally doable. Here be dragons. Dinosaurs, Draco, Liches, Drakes. You're pretty much reliant on, like, Drakes and more Drakes. Terrible, but doable. Yep, Giants. That one's straightforward. Bixies. Okay, yeah. You kill Bixies and Brownies and Minotaurs, and that one's doable. Yeah, Planes, Trains, Elementites, totally doable. Amygdalans, totally doable. This is basically just anything that spawns in Plane of Fear. Is that there you go. Clockworks of all sorts. Then deities and table flipper. So Plane of Sea doesn't. Yeah. Plane of Sea is not doable. Yeah, none of those mobs are currently in existence. Yeah, because fiends, that would be the like the Blazax, fire fiends in Plane of Fire. Yeah, guardians are, I want to say, the Plane of Valor mobs. Or Plane of Manifestations. Yeah, Scrykin, that's the POR thing. Storm Riders, that's Bastion of Thunder. Tormentors, those are like Vegorogs in Plane of Earth. Well, actually, wait, no, Vegorogs are their own thing. Tormentors are going to be Plane of Saren's Plane. And then Wraiths would be like planar ghosts or Shissars or something. But not regular specters. Specters are not wraiths. Specters are specters. So yeah, that one is not doable. But anyway, let's do a solo non-respawning +4. Deity is 100% doable. You kill Inaruk or Khazak, or you kill the Avatar of Fear in the Temple of Khazak Thul. So, it is totally obtainable. It's just tedious. How many kills do you need to get each title? A lot. thousands typically. Yeah, thousands plural typically. Usually the quote, yeah. Yeah. Anywhere from like 100 to 10,000, depending on the achievement in question. Yeah, even trying to focus fire those achievements, they are massive undertakings. 5,000 goblins is easier said than done. Like, yeah, there's a lot of mobs in Running Eye. Oh, hello. Oh, no, dang it. Oh, Netmaster. There we go. Track. Behind and to the right. Okay. Straight ahead. And to the left. Oh, hello there. A freshwater shark. Goblin Netmaster straight ahead. Oh, I see him. He's level 32, which is fine. But yeah, we definitely want to kill his pet first. So, alright, this is one of the worst parts of the Armor of Roe quests. I mean, to be fair, pretty much all the parts of the quest are the worst part. But good thing we came here with tracking. Or this would have been even worse. But, alright, we got what we came for with the net, and, no Lord Burgurgle, unfortunately. Let's see. Well, I was, yeah, alright, let's just go do a quick, loop through, Southern Row here, see if we can find any, sand giants up. Otherwise, I can, definitely feel myself turning into a, oops. I can feel myself turning into a pumpkin. I want to get Joelcraft up to make a white dragon scale cloak. It's, you can actually make money with that craft by selling, cloak kits to people. All right, we'll try to see if we can make a personal instance South Row that maybe spawns a few sand giants for us, because we ultimately need 7 sands of row. Well, yes, we have several, as a matter of fact. And we might have actually max tracking for our level, almost. Emmett Stone, rip. Let's see here. nothing from that sand giant. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think it might be time to go to bed after that. 5 minutes. Oh, great. Now I have to go cut that out of the VOD before I put it up there. Ugh. Which doesn't sound like much work, but you'd be surprised how long it takes to, make a slight alteration to like a 60 gig file and then re-encode it. So, what was I, Yeah, I guess there's nothing else in the zone. Just enough to make you not want to sleep right away. Yeah, ugh. Yeah, nothing else, nothing else up in zone. Well, we got that net done, so that's fine. That's something. Oh, man, what time? Yeah, what time is it anyway? Whoa. Oh, it's midnight. Alright, well, that explains it. Especially after not really sleeping last night. Or the night before that. Or the night before that. Or the night before that. So, it's fine. We'll just origin out and probably call it a night there. So, alright, anyway. We'll, Man. Ooh. So, yeah, we'll, work on some more stuff tomorrow and... The screen you were knocked out. Yeah, that, Literally turning into a pumpkin. Yep. Notification. Yeah. Whoa. You were knocked out. Yeah. That used to be a recurring joke a long time ago that like somehow my system was just kind of regulated to make me just like pass out at exactly midnight. And yeah, that is what I meant when I said turning into a pumpkin, because, you know, like, Cinderella's, well, her everything just turns back into a pumpkin at midnight. The other night at the keyboard for a few hours, first time in years. Gotcha. Yep, nice, good clip. Yeah, GG. So. Oh, man, 1% XP shy of an AA. Dang. You both did it? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to. Yeah, nice. You can basically see the whole zone. The whole zone population. But anyway, yeah, we'll I have no idea what we're gonna work on tomorrow. We'll decide that when we get there, I guess. Probably, I don't know, leveling one class or another or something, because we got a lot of A's we need still, and we need to refill our mote supply again. Oh boy. Because yeah, that struggle just never ends, huh? Maybe, I don't know, blow up a few interructs or something. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there, I guess. Let me, swap back to my main loadout at least. So, but otherwise, though, yeah, that'll... Yeah, on that exciting note... Pushed out new class. Build up motes in D4, 10 to 50. Yup. Yup. Gotta do it again and again and again. Yeah, the mote grind never ends, but we'll cross that bridge tomorrow when we come to it. So, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Yeah, good one. Yeah, we'll almost get to sleep tonight here. If it's 12:30 now, I'll probably be in bed by like 2:30 in the morning. So, yeah. So yeah, my name is Tim. I will see y'all next time. Good night.